All right, and we are live. Uh, it is pouring buckets here today in Greece. So, let me get a moment to compose myself. So, I'm thinking I want to take some time to look at early OS2, MS-DOS, and multitasking DOS 4. I don't exactly know how I'm going to go about it, but I think I'm going to throw the stream up and we're going to kind of see how this goes. I am recording these as usual, and this will probably be the basis of a new video. Why can't I go higher than 256 if it's an XT? Oh, that's right. On this system, you had to... So, yeah, you need an ISA card expansion. Configure. Yeah, you need 256. Yeah, well, we're not going to start with OS2. We're going to basically start with the very beginning and then kind of work our way from there. So mouse is none, sound is none, network is none. Graphics adapter. I kind of want to go with a monochrome adapter because the CGA one looks just terrible here. I mean, I'll turn it on and I'll show you. Actually, hold on. I still need to configure the disk drives. So, floppy disk, 512, 512, yeah, that's fine. Technically, I actually want that as a 5 1/4 because we'll be looking at that. And then let's add a new hard drive. Yeah, we'll go with a 20 megabyte CHS drive. Let's add a new one here. Yeah, and I actually want this as a flat image because we're probably going to have to mount it. So, call that XT80H1. Put that there. Format and partition. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so here's the problem with doing this with a CGA card. It would be period correct, and let me scale it up so we can actually, like, you know, see it. Yeah, let's go like 2x. It just looks terrible. Especially if I force a 4:3 aspect ratio. I mean, and if I go to 3x, it just goes right off the screen. So, yeah, that's kind of why I don't want to use a CGA card. Unless there's a way to force it into 80 columns mode. Or maybe I can line double. Maybe if I line double, it'll look less awful. No, that's still pretty terrible. Yeah, see, this is one of the problems I've had with doing this. Let's just try simple doubling, and let's see what it looks like. I mean, I guess that works. Do I want color or do I want to make it monochrome? Because I could go green. Green is the color I always associate with the 5.1 with the early one. Yeah, that's how I remember it. Like, basically like that. So then it's going to boot up, and then it's going to fall over. So let me put existing image, because I've got to put the boot disk in. We're going to just start with MS-DOS 2. I don't know how much we're going to do with it. The idea is basically to start at the common point with OS2 and then make our way forward. So 2.x would basically be the divergence point, and then we'd go into multitasking DOS 4. I mean, we could try and build the source code. I do have it, the MS-DOS for 2 source code. So, yeah, hold on. OS2 stuff. Here we go. PC-DOS, disk 1. That memory test takes quite a while. Maybe I shouldn't have gone all the way up to 512 because, you know, this is like, I remember my compact portable taking this long and it sucked. 601 error. I forget what hold on. IBM XT 601. 601 is floppy disk controller error. So, is the controller card not present? Yeah, nope, the answer is it's not present. So we want a fixed controller, and we want an PCXT system. All right, and then we hit save. I mean, strictly speaking, like 256 kilobytes of memory would be like much more period correct. Hopefully in chat it is big enough like to see. Like if I go to scale factor 3, yeah, that's not gonna work because I'm gonna have to crop and edit this for a video. So I guess let me just hit the hard reset so I have a good clip here. And then let me make sure I have my notes file open. I also switched out my keyboard. I now have my GM NP Pro again, GMNK Pro again. So back on linear key switches because this came with Browns and I never switched them out. Not a big fan of Browns, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, I almost kind of want to just rebuild DAWs 2 just kind of as a starting point. Alright, so it's now done its memory check. I don't know that error code offhand. 1701 IBM XT. Obviously, that feels like a Star Trek error. The card does not like the MFM hard drive. Did I choose the wrong one? Yeah, I think I chose the wrong hard drive. I think this has to be. I think it has to be at 10 megabytes. I thought 20 was supported on the XT though, but it may have been completely fixed. I don't know how much I should actually care. I guess we'll just go with 10 megabytes, and I'll add a separate drive for it. So remove. All right. Yeah, I guess it would have to be a 10 megabyte drive. I'm surprised that that's actually a hard coded requirement. Actually, no, that doesn't surprise me. Like that. What am I saying? That makes perfect sense that that's an actual requirement. Like I said, I do have a copy of PC DAWs 2.0 basically ready to go. I grabbed it, you know, PCJS has it. So I guess we will take a look. So hard drives. We're going to do IBM PC XT 10 MB HD1. Okay. Because a lot of this is basically just getting footage for when I actually do make the video. I only use Windows because I had to. I got so sick of dealing with DaVinci Resolve problems. This might literally just be rebuilding DAWs 2.0 from source code. I honestly, that may just be all I do with this stream. Because that might actually be a decent litmus test for software compatibility and such. I don't know for a fact if that will be perfect or not. All right, let's see if it'll actually like do something. Yeah, I haven't decided which switches I'm actually going to end up using. Why does it keep complaining about that hard drive? Like, all right, let me see if F1, let me see if F disk sees it. At least it did boot. Let's see if it sees the fixed drive. Yeah, no fixed disks present. So it's... Why is it doing this? MFM PC fixed disk adapter. Wow, this is just being a complete pile of garbage. The fixed disk adapter... Hold on. Fixed disk adapter IBM PC geometry. Because on my on the portable, it had the compact card. Fixed disk parameter used in BIOS. Here we go. -0.1 degrees. Let's figure out why it's going on. So 2 ROMs, Zabic, one's IBM, blah, 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 blah. Supplies with the ST412. It... As supplied... Okay, so variation 1, IBM... I'm assuming it's choking because of geometry, but 306, 4 heads, sector 17. Yeah, that is correct. Oh, hold on. Bus IDE. You need to be bus MFM. That would do it. That would completely do it. Well, no, we're starting with DAWs 2. Like I said, this part of this is basically going to be stock footage for when I actually make the video. So we're starting with DAWs 2. Then we're going to go to DAWs, and the 2 applications we're going to run here is we're going to basically build DAWs 2 on DAWs 2, and we'll also run wordstar because that gives me something to run on multitasking DAWs 4. I legitimately don't know how long this takes to build. I've never actually done it. Yeah, DAWs 4, multitasking DAWs 4 works on XT. All right, so let me set date would be 06/17/2025. Time is 4:51 p.m. 16:52. Cool. Okay. So what do we actually have on this desk? Oh man, I think turning off the snow is probably a good idea, because that's going to flicker on the actual video. Like I said, this is me largely getting my settings figured out. Yeah, you know what? Snow emulation, go away. But that's going to reboot the machine. Like I said, it's better to get this now and not later. Oh, Starfrost, you're the one who wrote the wiki page? That wiki page was actually really useful, and I've used quite a few other ones. I'm trying to remember. Oh, you know, I do think I remember you. Yeah, I do actually remember that. Hopefully you're doing it in a better place in life. I could talk with the mod team about releasing the ban. Usually if someone asks, I would generally be willing to do that. All right, 16:53. All right, so is it still snowing? No, that's much better. Yeah, it's as good as it's going to get, so I'm just going to take it. So let's do fdisk. And let me get my mouse out of here. So fix setup program, create partition, use the entire volume, and then we reboot. Like I said, this is basically just our starting point. Wow, that was a quick reboot. Oh, right, because it's a warm reset. 225. That's fine. Really, it doesn't remember. No, it takes that date. All right, so now we need to format. So format C/S. Press any key to begin formatting C, and then that's just going to do its thing. Like I said, I have never run this ancient version before, so this is completely new to me. Well, that was quick. I don't think there's a copy of the select utility here. No, there's not. Let's see here and see if I can remember how to set the path on DAWs. Because using Edlin would kind of suck. All right, so Edlin. So Edlin auto exec.bat, new file, insert mode, path equal. I forget how you. Yeah, it's been so long since the last time I used this. Hold on, I gotta actually look up the command reference. Edlin line editor, because this was what you actually had to deal with. It says entry error, so if I type list. Oh, it's 2D. Right, so write it, save it, nope. Insert text, replace it. Oh, it's E. Okay, so type autoexec.bat. Okay, that's good. So now we can inject floppy disk and reboot. So now it should come boot up. Yeah, and it does boot up off the hard drive. Okay. So did that path change actually stick? Or you know what I'm not seeing? My my autoexec.bat file. Okay, so insert path equal. Okay, so that time it's there. All right, so now if I hit Alt Control Delete. Okay, cool. That time it actually, it did remember it. The problem with that is it didn't prompt me for time and settings. So Edlin autoexec.bat. Nope, that's not what I want. I want to append. Okay, delete the end. I insert. Okay, so that's how you do it. So time, date, write it. Okay, once you get the hang of it, it's not terrible. It's very similar to ed, but the commands are slightly different. Okay. So yeah, that actually worked. So now it would be 1700, date 607-2025. I don't even remember if you could set prompt in this version. Was there a prompt PG? Oh, you can set it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to actually add that. Autoexec.bat list for insert prompt. It's not CPM, it's MS. This is DAWs 2. Like I said, this is basically just a starting point. So let me grab a copy of like wordstar. So existing image. Because like I said, right now I'm just kind of getting some background footage for doing the actual video. And I figured I'd do it on stream. Unfortunately, my plans for today basically went up in smoke. I was planning... the plan I was planning to do today was I was going to... I was going to do what's called POTA in amateur radio circles. Where's my copy of the version of WordStar? Come on, I know I have. Oh, here it is. I put it in the wrong folder. I unfortunately, my NAS is currently offline because I only have 2 Powerline Ethernet adapters, and I need another 2 to basically do anything to have both my NAS and stuff online at the same time. So wait for this to do its thing. Yeah, so if we switch the disk, and we go to here. So we go to A. That's not the command I want to type. I think it was W install is the installer for this. Because I'm pretty sure WordStar would work successfully. Yeah, so GP install, Microprocess International. I'm pretty sure this would work successfully on multitasking MS-DOS 4. No, I think I actually have to copy this to the hard drive. So let me make directory WordStar. I am hoping I'm going to have enough disk space for all of this. So that's install. All right, so begin installation. So the drive letter will be C. Oh, doesn't it? Oh, I just realized what it's complaining about. I'm assuming it doesn't actually. I think this is going to have problems with subdirectories. This feels like the vintage of software that is going to have complaints about it. Or maybe not. Okay, so exit from install. Yeah, that's all correct. Save changes. Oh, cool. I do have a copy of WordStar now. So now, let me see if I can remember how to actually use WordStar. So if I want to open a non-document file, Control N. Yeah, see, then it goes to new file. Yeah, oh no, I think I typed it wrong. Okay, hold on. It's been a while. Scrolling, delete, main menu. I actually used wordstar and CPM a fair bit, but actually remembering all the commands is... I know some people that, like, my my old boss used to be a real wordstar user. Like, they still use Joe as their main editor. So control space. Hold on. Main menu. Show all commands. Because there is a way to get it to basically edit what's called non-document files and use it as a screen editor. Which is kind of what I want it for, as well as a... Oh, that's right. That's interesting that backspace doesn't work the way I think it does. Because I'm hitting backspace on my keyboard, and it's not. I actually have to hit the delete key. Oh, right, because this would be 84 character. It's expecting an 84 character keyboard. So yeah, okay. And also, I should pull chat up and see what chat's currently saying, because chat's probably, like, yelling at me or saying other things. Where is my chat? Here's my chat. This is currently... So this is basically the common ancestor before it became... Then Microsoft made Multitasking DAWs 4, and then that would go on and become... That would come and become OS 2. So, like I said, this is basically the starting point of where I want to go to. The problem is I can't even remember how you quit out of this. I think it's Control DX? No. Character movement. Yeah, so that's how you use the word star. Control J for help. Index of commands. Okay, Control K, and then I can abandon file. Abandon file. Yes, abandon. So now I want to open a file directory. Okay, open non-document file. That's interesting how it doesn't seem to recognize an 8-character thing. Okay. Well, either way, it is an example application. So abandon file, and then exit the system. Just want to try one thing else before I actually... Does that not work in this one? Or maybe it's... Oh, you actually have to be in the directory for it to work. Yeah. I used WordPerfect a fair bit back in the day, but WordStar would have been period correct for this time being. Okay, so... That's like basically the application running here. So I think the next thing I want to do is I actually want to... Let's shut down. And let me pull up a command window, because what we're going to do next, I'm going to actually want... we're going to need to use terminal. We're going to copy some files onto that VM. All right, so 86 box. Okay, where the hell did I just put this? Desktop 86 box. HDDs. Okay. Kpart X AV IBM 10 megabyte. Okay, cool. So that adds a loop. Do I have... Okay, so let me make some mount points. Oh, it's in mapper. Okay, cool. So that's basically just the everything we just did. All right. So the other thing that I grabbed, I think it's in my OS2 stuff folder. Yeah, that's where it is. So let me grab mount. I believe this has all the build tools. Yeah, so this has all the tools. And there is actually a fair number of tools. Like I said, I haven't actually looked at this all that much, but this does look like Microsoft C Compiler 4. NVTail TRZ. Oh wow, this actually includes a copy of the Z editor. I'm assuming C4 bin. I'm assuming based off the name, this is Microsoft C Compiler 4.0. I actually think I have a copy of the disks for this, although it may not have MASM 4, which is right here. So macro assemble 1985. Yeah, I mean that's not actually period correct, because I'm surprised they like this is the version that was on pcjs.org. Yeah, Microsoft Visual C plus I shouldn't say Visual C plus plus. Microsoft C version 3 was the version that went with it. So configuration selection for the Z editor. All right. So let's just grab these tools folder. I'm assuming I also need tools includes, I'd have to go through and I'd have to basically edit and set this all up by hand, which I guess isn't exactly the worst thing in the world. But the version of DAWs 2 as released by Microsoft does not build out of the box. It required quite a bit of patching. I believe it predates VMS by quite a bit. So let me grab the tools folder from this and let's copy it to, you know what, I'm also going to grab hold on, what do they have in config sys? Yeah, autoexec.bat, config.sys, tools, and we'll just put that on our XT's hard drive. So the thing is that I'm pretty sure the source code won't fit. So umount t yeah. Yeah, because this has the source code as it was available at the time. It had the 125 source code. It also had the 2.0 source code. How much space did this take up? Three megabytes for all the source code, but if we just go to 2.1.1, how much do you take up? Why do you take up that much space? Okay, I guess because you have a lot of commands there. So I guess the question is, if I wanted to change the version string. Oh, it's interesting they have xenix.asm. Xenix file calls for MS-DOS. Yeah, that's something I'm definitely going to have to put into my document. Yeah, so you have fat.asm. Like I said, this was the official. This is a cleaned up version of the original Microsoft code because, as shipped by Microsoft, there were bits missing. I'm trying to think of copyright. Like, where would the string be? I wonder how hard this would actually be to change in practice, to just say something else. Copyright notice and version string, Microsoft MS-DOS. Because the version that we would have... Yeah, I actually think creating a second hard drive is the smart play here, because I don't think there's going to be enough disk space. And we're going to probably want... So let me grab a... Let's put a new second drive in this, another 10 megabyte CHS drive. It may or may not be needed, but I prefer to have it and not need it than to find it the other way around. All right, so this is going to be XT MS-DOS to build. You're going to create, and then you're going to be MFF ID1. And let's start, because we have to boot up and we have to partition and format it. All right, and let me get the bot. Let me modify the bot, just so the timers are running again. You're gonna be like this to me, aren't you, today? I'm just dealing with technology really flipping hating me. Non-system disk. Oh, right, because I have the wordstar disk in there. So I should have CL available. Yeah, I do actually. So CL, if I just type it by itself. It is definitely a different version. Okay, here we go. CloudBot. Timers. Current status. Okay. And then I flip on the timer. Okay. Hey, Kalon, I'm okay. I got rained out of my plans for today, which is always a little bit depressing. So fdisk, We now want to switch to drive 2. We want to create a new partition. Then we want to just format D. Okay, cool. And right, so let's turn that off. Now let's bring up our Windows command line window. Oh, I just realized that I mounted this in a bad place. You know, I could just mount the hard drive directly. Like, I don't have to do it this way. But, whatever. Hold on, I gotta make sure you are... Yeah, you are stopped. Okay, so sudo umount xthtt. All right, assuming I did everything correct, we should basically be ready to go. My microphone pauses randomly. It might just be my internet, but you're telling me it is cutting out. Okay, hold on. Let me look at the settings for it. Testing 1, 2, 3. Seems okay looking at it here. First computer I had was DAWs 5. Okay, so let's set the date. So 06/07/2025. It is 7/23. So if we look on D, so this comes with like a nice make file, but this is going to take a while to build. So I just type MK. So I can basically build the IBM or MS-DOS version. So I think we want to build, I don't know how long this is going to run, but I think we're just going to build all. I'm really curious on how long this is going to take for it to actually do. Okay, there it goes. I wish I had done this on my, I wish I had done this on my compact portable before I had to get rid of it. So there's that. No, it's Y2K. It is Y2K compatible. Yeah, this I've been told that this takes about 30 minutes to actually build. Yeah, I mean it's going. All right, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a few minutes. I'll be back. I'll let you guys sit around while this runs. All right, that is going. Yeah. So give me a moment. I'm just gotta deal with some slight real life stuff behind the camera while this runs. All right, I'm back. I think this is actually going to be my benchmark because I am curious what the performance of building DAWs 2 and DAWs 4 would be on the 8086, on the running on DAWs 2, on multitasking DAWs 2, so forth and so on. All right, I'm back. Multitasking DAWs 4 never really got anywhere. Microsoft made it, but IBM wasn't interested in it, and then they used it as the basis for OS 2. So, like I said, this is the common ancestor. Yeah. It did become the basis of OS 2, the later OS 2s. And we might even try it on the beta OS 2, although I doubt it will work. Still, it might be interesting to try it. Hey, Alt F1 Games, how you doing today? Yeah, sorry that I had to step away from keyboard, but it's funny. The storms have passed. It's now a nice sunny day. I could still technically done that POTA activation I planned to, but whatever. The original version, Microsoft actually purchased the original version of MS-DOS 1.0 from a company called Seattle Computer Products. In the original version, it was essentially a knockoff version of CPM, except for the fact that CPM did not exist for the 8088 at that point in time. So it has a very similar API to the 8-bit versions of CPM. Microsoft then took the original Quick and Dirty OS. It didn't stand for Disk Operating System. It was literally Quick and Dirty Operating System was the original name for it. Yep. Yeah, we're basically starting at the point of divergence between the two. I just had a realization, and it's a little bit of an annoying realization. I probably don't want chat burned in on this, although crud, I gotta think about how I want to do that, because I kind of like having chat burned in, but it's gonna look a little bit weird and awkward. I'll turn it off for now. I'll leave it up on screen. I'll just leave it not burned in. New folder widgets. Let me see if I can find it, because this is going to build for a while. Oh no, it is set to only visible on stream. I don't remember setting it like that. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, if I have to rebuild it later, I'll rebuild it later. It's whatever. Like, it's I don't know why my mic's being choppy. It looks fine to me here. It might be my internet connection. Yeah, like, I'm looking at here on my side, and the bars are going fine. So here, it's plugged in. Let me make sure the cable's plugged in all the way. Maybe that's the problem. I mean, these are... No, that's in all the way, and that's in all the way too. It seems fine over here. Yeah, I legitimately don't know how long this will take to build. I've never done this before. Yeah. I do think I'm going to grab a fan, though, because it is stuffy in here. Circulating air device. All right. Oh, that feels so much nicer in here. I kid you not. All right. Well, Russia would have a better internet connection to me than the United States would, because geographically you're a lot closer. Whenever I'm on radio, I hear a lot of Russian call signs, more than pretty much anyone else, realistically. I mean, some Ukraine, some France, some Germany, but Russia I hear more often than not, and I hear them all the time on FT8. Sadly, I've never been able to successfully work Bulgaria, Bosnia, or anything. I'd even pull up the radio while we were waiting for this to go, but I actually packed up the antenna with the intent of going out and operating portable today. So I have the radio hooked up to the Pi, but there's no antenna on it right now because it's in its carrying case. So there's that. Yeah. I would recommend. I guess if it's choppy, I would go into the live and like go back 1 minute so you have things. Good SDR is there's a couple here in Greece. The biggest problem is I'm surrounded by mountains in all directions, so I'm basically in a valley, and this has an interesting effect on my radio signal. It creates what's called a very high skip. So what happens is that when the radio signal escapes the valley, it's leaving on a relatively low inclination. And so I don't generally hear Greece. I've successfully worked SV1 and SV2 call signs, but it's the exception, not the rule. I've never managed a two-way contact with Bosnia or Bulgaria. I've never heard Albania on air. I haven't heard North Macedonia, Montenegro. Let's see, who else is in this ballpark? I have heard Kosovo on air, but I'm not sure if I can legally work them. The Greek regulations are a little vague in that regard. Some countries consider Kosovo fine, even though they don't technically have a valid ITU prefix. Others, like the UK, say that you cannot work Kosovoan stations because it doesn't have that ITU prefix. Greek amateur radio law is remarkably vague. So it doesn't say anything in regards to I can or can't. I hear Turkey. I hear Asiatic Turkey much more than I hear European Turkey. But I've worked Turkey quite a few times. I haven't really listened on VHF, UHF. There's a repeater system that basically runs all across all of Greece, and I theoretically can tap into it. There's 2 repeaters that I could hit that could do it, but most of Greece seems to use a D-Star network, and I don't have any D-Star equipment. So and my Greek isn't good enough that I could really manage a conversation at this point. I'm getting to the point that I understand spoken Greek surprisingly well. Like I can listen to a conversation and I'm starting to understand at least the gist of it. But I haven't gone to the point where I can sit and just have a random conversation in Greek. I did hear some FT8 traffic on 6-meter though when I was testing the antenna. I didn't try and work it though. But the bands are like popping off this morning when I was testing. I had the FT817 plugged into the base and onto the antenna just to make sure I had everything ready to go for my POTA activation. So the bands, they've been garbage for the last week because of a geomagnetic storm, but apparently the storm is basically a lot better today. So yeah, I've definitely heard Turkey. I've worked Israel. I've worked Saudi Arabia. I got Qatar. I believe I successfully worked the United Arab Emirates, although I had trouble with that one. I've got Iraq, weirdly enough. Like I'm surprised. Iraq is a rare call sign. You don't see that one on air very often, so I'm surprised I got that one. I worked a station in Mongolia, but I didn't get a confirmation on it. They may have just not log it. And I've worked China quite a few times, but I need band conditions to be in my favor to actually work China. So let me figure out who else have I worked. I had an amazing band opening to South America the other night. I worked Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, and yeah, I think those were the three I worked. Maybe Paraguay. I can't remember if I actually worked them or not. I'd have to look at my logbook to remember. And I've even gone the west coast of the United States, which is about as far. There is one station I really want to try and hunt, and I might do it on a good band day. There's currently an amateur radio station running on Baker Island, which is one of the U.S. overseas possessions. It's almost literally on the opposite side of the planet to me. I've worked Australia with the help of gray line propagation, but Baker's Island might be pushing it. I'd basically have to wait. I'd have to try here in the early morning, so the gray line would get me over the Pacific, and then hope that my signal would be strong enough from the gray line prop to then reach Baker Island. Like that one would be me sitting and really trying to do it, but it is at least hypothetically possible. I'd probably have to run at 100 watts, and my antenna has no gain, so there's that. So I am, like I said, I am curious if this is going to work. Like I said, I've never actually built this one before. It's interesting that this is a newer version of the macro assembler than what I would expect. Yeah, so here's the DAWs 2 from scratch page. Um, all right, I'm actually just reading the OS2 specific notes. Or sorry, the DAWs 2 specific notes. Yeah, because apparently the source code released by Computer History Museum was non-buildable. I don't know if the GitHub repository is any different in that regard, but like I said, there is this one that fixes it up and makes it buildable. So it's definitely interesting to do it. DAWs 1 uses one less track than DAWs 2. It's otherwise the same between the two, but that's why you get 160 kilobyte versus 180 or 320 instead of 360. Because DAWs 1 also, I believe it formatted by default as single-sided floppies, even though the drive itself on the IBM PC supported double-sided disks. Yeah, I've heard I've heard not such great things about CHM. I don't know anything specific, and I don't want to throw shit at them for that. The biggest thing that has driven me crazy is that I think, with the exception of the APL source code release, they have. I don't know if it's because that's the only way they can get the code released or something they've been doing, is they put so many restrictions on using it. Like, the Word for Windows source code was under the Microsoft Research license, which made making the video on WinWord 1.2 kind of painful, and that one hasn't been relicensed. Okay, so the Microsoft GitHub repository is more buildable. I actually did look at their repository earlier. I'm going to pull it up on the other screen because, like I said, I'm going to be using this. I'm going to be... This footage is basically going to be background stuff. So let me take a look here. So bin... Yeah, so they got all the files here. Do they actually include, like, the assembler and the linker? I don't. Oh, they do have a copy of Masm on here. Okay. Maybe I should have tried to build this instead. Because I don't see any C source code. Let me look here. The thing is, I don't see a build script for this. Like, I see a bunch of freestanding assembly files. I see a config.com file. I don't see anything in the Microsoft source code that says how you actually build it. Oh, there is a README file here. Building a bootable floppy disk. Use DAWs 2.0. Use your DAWs and Edlin or a word processor to write boot ASM. Link, because Link was included with this version of DAWs, although I may not have it installed, which should actually be, might actually be a problem. Use copy. Okay, so it says how you actually build it. It doesn't say how you actually build the source code officially. Like there's utility.txt and a bunch of other stuff here. I need to look at how their build code actually works. I guess, yeah, I guess they would have released it under the MIT license. Not, I mean, the thing is, they've included the 16 version of Masm in. It was in, I believe it was even in the Windows NT and XP DDKs. I want to say it was there all the way until Windows 7. Because you still needed the 16-bit one for very early boot code. So I want to say they've shipped it as freeware for a very long time. Yeah, they also open sourced a bunch of the multitasking DAWs 4 stuff. Yeah, they have it on GitHub. They released this, oh god, it was almost 10 years ago. They originally released it through CHM, Computer History Museum, but the version they released was kind of mangled. It wasn't complete, and a bunch of the source files had been not treated kindly, is the way it is. The OS2 museum guy and the I forgot what the other one. The guy that did PCJS. Let me check his name. PCJS. Hopefully. It says Jeff Parsons. Yeah, Jeff Parsons was the one who basically put Humpty Dumpty back together again and built a full 8088 emulator that runs in your web browser. Yeah, I've heard. I am happy they released all the documentation for multitasking DAWs 4. I spent some parts of last night because I've decided that this is going to be the next project. Like, I was mulling back and forth what I would actually do after the Linux video, and I think just building a comprehensive history of OS2 feels like a good video project. There was some multitasking DAWs 4 source code. Like they did release some of it. It's in the Aussie folder on their repo. But I don't think it's complete. Like I at least I thought there was some source code. Yeah, there is some source code. It's not a complete source code. Interestingly, the disk images they included actually looks like it's beta test 1 that they included. It wasn't the full one. Yeah, like I said, I've never actually played with this. I've known it's been out for like years and years and years at this point. So yeah, I'm again looking at. Yeah, like, I don't see a build script in Microsoft's official. Yeah, there doesn't look like there is one. I assume that what you basically have to do is like I see a system call reference here. I see a few other files in this that like what you have to do to build command.com. I'm assuming there's like a Microsoft link command somewhere in here, or msdos.sys, because I see msdos.asm, but I don't actually see something that links it all together into like one comprehensive package. Yeah, I believe from what I've been heard, they found more source code in from what's called what Microsoft originally shipped was basically the OEM adoption kit for 2.x, and then when it went to GitHub, they were able to find or more source code possibly from other places. So, I'm not completely sure all the source code in this essentially in Pearson's release was actually cleared for release, but considering that Microsoft's intent was to publish all the old DAWS 2 source code, I'm not all that concerned about it. Yeah, my name is actually in there. If you look at Microsoft/libftl, the code I wrote when I was working at Mixer got archived, and when Mixer got end of life, it got merged under the Microsoft top level domain. So I have the initial commit on a Microsoft repo, which I find incredibly amusing. Yeah, like I said, it's definitely messy, but like I said, having a pre-made version kind of works. It is interesting watching it build. I don't know why he included the entire C compiler, because from nothing I see here uses C code. Like I said, I don't know why you see it as a lame claim to fame. I made Mixer's FTL streaming protocol. Mixer may be gone, but hell, I did something cool, and God knows that I probably had an at least indirect impact on the human race, because every FTL stream was originally built around code that a system that I built and designed, built on top of Google's WebRTC. So, yeah. Yeah, so it does have the tools. Does it have like in? Let me look at the bin folder. Like maybe I missed like a build script, because I don't see a way to build the Microsoft release. Although I do see that there is a single Pascal file here. There is a single Pascal for profiling some stuff. Distribution, documented features. Yeah, I don't see anything that really helps all that much in actually building the damn thing. Which, I mean, is okay. I'm just happy they actually released it, so to speak. I was talking to Nerdy Gamer 86 in chat. All right, so how I am actually curious on how far this is down the build rabbit hole. Unfortunately, I can't really see that because it's jumping around. Or actually, it would be FTL SDK. It wouldn't be libftl. That would actually be the name of it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, FTL SDK. Then you look in the lib folder, and then in the header folder. I'll drop it in chat. Assuming I can. Come on. There we go. And if you look at the history, you can see that my current GitHub account is tied to that repo. Okay, so that's debug.com. This isn't VirtualBox. This is 86box because we're emulating an XT, and most of the early OS2 and even early DAWs stuff does not work in virtualization. We're going full emulation. That being said, the fact that it, like, building this on an 8088 back in the day, would have been painful. It would have been legitimately painful to do this on a real 8088. Nonetheless, I'm definitely, like, I've been sitting here thinking about what this project's going to be, because one of the things that doing like a full-length video on OS2 has been on the project list since I started this channel. The problem is that every time I've gone down this rabbit hole, there is so much bad information about OS2. It's kind of astounding, and it just felt like I'd go mad trying to make a short video on it. And a lot of the videos on YouTube really just don't do a good job covering it. I would say LGR might have actually done the best job of it, but it wasn't a technical deep dive, and it goes downhill from there. This would be an 8088 emulated in IBM. It's an emulated IBM PC XT, and 86box is cycle accurate, so this is exactly the speed it would be running on the real thing. Yeah, really, the only people that would have to deal with this were people that were making OEM versions that didn't have Xenix workstations. Yeah, so Starfrost, you're completely correct about that. And that's kind of why I want to build a comprehensive history, which is why we're starting here at MS-DOS 2.0. Because this was the divergence point. After this point, it split off into Multitasking DAWs 4 and MS-DOS 3. This was the common ancestor. So from here, we're going to go to Multitasking DAWs 4, and we'll probably spend a little time there checking it out, because I've never played with it. Like, I've spent a fair bit of time with DAWs 3.3. I've never played with the older ones, because there isn't a lot you can do with them. Like, we're kind of looking at the limit of what you can do with them. Yeah, the problem is that Commodore was not a well-run company. I think that's the easiest way to put it. The Commodore, I never really got into their Amiga stuff, but like, you look at their 8-bit stuff, and it's just, they had one successful product, which is the 64, and then you have all this stuff like with the Plus 4 or the Commodore 16, which doesn't seem to make, why. And then you have the 128, which, granted, was a better Commodore 64, but you have the flip side of it was a terrible CPM machine. Retrobytes. Let me look for their channel. Have I seen their channel? Yeah, I don't think I've seen their channel before, because I don't see a view bar on any of their videos. It really wouldn't surprise me if, like, there's so much FUD about OS2, it's not even funny. I gotta be honest, I think OS2 is a mess from a technical point of view, but the whole story is so fascinating in and of itself that I understand why people stay with it. I mean, the VIC-20 was a pretty good machine for its time period. I know the Commodore 64 did outsell it, but the VIC-4 was pretty popular for when it came out because it was the first computer that you could basically buy pre-assembled that anyone could just go to a store buy, and it came with the VIC modem, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, the original sin of OS2 is the 286. I don't know how I'm going to talk about that because, my God, explaining the problems with the 80286 is it's the PHP of processor design. It's a fractal of bad design all the way through. It's amazing that Intel was able to salvage it with the 386. But 286 protected mode was just insane. And then you have to deal with like, how the hell am I going to talk about load all? Because that is relevant. It is the actual technical difference between IBM and Microsoft OS 2. Microsoft OS 2 uses load all. IBM OS 2 uses a triple fault. Yeah, I can move it. I might have to refilm this. I kind of didn't want to move it for the simple reason of I'm going to have to edit this, but I think it will be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. If I really have to, I can just put it on the side and rebuild it. Yeah, I mean the biggest problem with the 286 was the fact that there was no real thought given to interacting with existing software. If you lived in a 286 only world, it wasn't terrible, as proven by NetWare. But I mean, I do actually, when we get to OS2 0.1, which I don't think is going to be today, it might not even be this week, because I have the distinct feeling we're going to be looking at DAWs 2 and DAWs 2. We're going to basically, once we're done building this, we're going to just copy it onto a floppy, and we're just going to try it out, and then I think we're just going to jump into DAWs 4 and see how it goes. That's kind of how my take on it. I mean, Commodore's 8-bit stuff, the biggest thing I would say of Commodore is it's the dangers of having too much vertical integration. When Commodore wanted to do something, they could just get a custom hardware chip to do it. And this increased in time. It's like something like 90% of chips in the Amiga are all custom MOS technology ones, as compared to the C64, which is really just in 65. It's not technically a 6502. I think it's the 6510, or am I thinking the Commodore the Plus 4? But yeah, there was a stupid amount of bespoke stuff in the later machines, which basically made them maintenance nightmares. The 286 effectively worked as a better 386, but the vast majority of it just did not work, or did not work well. Like, even when you're running in protected mode, you still have a 16-bit limit on the size of a segment. So you had all the problems with dealing with 8088 real mode, and then you had to add on top of the fact that the LDT was a logical selector, which made debugging it even worse. Yeah, I mean, it was just a bad design. This is going to take longer than I thought. I don't mind, because honestly, just sitting here thinking about it is not a bad thing. I'm also kind of happy that the YouTube algorithm is showing the 2-hour Linux video quite a bit of love. it didn't do well on its first day, which is not usually a good sign, but it's starting to show the effect that, oh, the YouTube algorithm is interested, because I was really concerned that I was going to put a lot of effort and have that video flop. But it's actually doing fairly well. I think it's number 2 in my performance for like my last 10 videos. It's not like Pinball, which went stupidly viral. I'm not expecting that, but if it gets to 50,000 views in the first week, I'm going to consider that an absolute win, because it's currently at 30K and 105 watch times. So, yeah, that kind of basically puts it all in context. Yeah, well, I didn't know you did the technical researching on multitasking DAWs 4. That's good to know. I mean, the problem wasn't so much the segments. If you could have longer than 16-bit segments, it probably would have been fine. Sort of. It's just, it's the chip is the segmented, the protected segmented mode design is so overly complex, it's insane. And then IBM refused to let it die. Like, John Porterfield, either Hyper-V or VMware is your best bet for virtualizing Vista with working graphics. I don't remember VirtualBox being that bad with Vista, but I don't think I ever did it all that good. Okay, so stupidly enough, I actually did briefly look into that, because I had that same stupid idea myself of building Linux on MS-DOS. File name size aside, there's a bunch of technical reasons why you couldn't do it. You might be able to do it on OS2 if, and this is a big if OS2 respects case sensitivity on network shares, you could hypothetically do it. I don't know if it would actually work. The biggest problem with doing it under MS-DOS is there's no way, you need a process. You need to be able to have multiple processes. I feel like this is building multiple copies of MS-DOS, because didn't we already see format go by? Although I did tell it to build all, so maybe, although I thought that would just build the 211 folder. Right now we're currently building MS-DOS 2 on MS-DOS 2. Mostly because I can't think of what else to do, and this is actually pretty decent background footage. This is also going to be a benchmark, because when we load up Multitasking DAWs 4, which will be the next one in, so to speak, we can compare the performance and basically see what it is. Unfortunately, I didn't write the start time down, so I'm going to have to look at my video footage to figure out how long this is going to take. A lot of Vista games just die because of their DRM, unfortunately. Like, even if you can get them working in virtualization, they won't actually work. The bad file and command line kind of concerns me a little bit. Like, I'm a little worried it's stuck in a loop. Oh, I just realized something. I might not have ext2 bin. I might not actually have ext2 bin. I gotta check, because I didn't copy the second floppy. This might not be working because I might be an idiot. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, ext2bin is not on the installed system. I got control C this. I think it's control break. Hold on. Control. Terminate batch job. Oh, I'm in. Yeah, hold on. Control. Can I make it? How the hell do I make it send a control break? We'll wait for that to finish. Yeah, but the thing is, I want to do the whole thing as a time benchmark. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have. I think you're right. I think I'm gonna have to give it the free finger salute. That's slightly unfortunate. Actually, I should probably set the time and date. Okay. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, so let me go grab it. Yeah, this is one of the ones they open sourced. Yeah, I'd have to go through and like delete all the object files unless there's a way to clean it. Because yeah, I got command.exe, but I didn't get command.com. I'm assuming there's no clean option. If if you're going to basically do all for each so recover, I don't even know how far it actually got before I control C'd it. All right, so time right now is, let's see if it actually starts. So it is 6:38. Yeah, it's not doing a clean build. Damn it. Damn it. All right, hold on. Control break. What? Okay, I'm guessing that did bad things. All right, we're just gonna make clean here manually. New time is 06:14. So I don't really want to copy the source code over again. Although maybe I should. Yeah, you know what? I will. Screw it. We'll do it. We'll do it that way. That's a little annoying. Still, I figured this actually feels like an accurate experience. All right, so I'm assuming I still have it mounted. Yeah, I do. So, where's the second hard drive? Oh, screw it. That works. Yeah, okay. Nope, that's the wrong. Okay, no, I ran the wrong command. Wow, I am not on my A game today. Wait, why are you complaining that you can't? Weird. Okay. Uh-oh. Well, I'm noticing one mistake is I've got... Yeah, like I said, I could just move on and like actually just. The thing is, I want to get a time lapse of this building. And that means I actually need to build the whole damn thing. So, not 1819 D. Make all, and there we go. Let's try that again. So we started the build at 1619. So let me write. The hell was that? Seriously, where is that coming from the V? Is that coming from 86 box? I have system audio routed to I have system audio routed to speakers. I don't know why it's going beep beep beep. I mean, unless it's doing that every time it finishes. Like, is it going to go beep 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 after this? I legitimately don't know what's making that beep 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 sound. I mean, I'm typing in a different window on a different screen. It shouldn't be doing it. That's weird. That's legitimately weird. I think I should probably retitle this stream, although we might still get to multitasking DAWs 4. I think I don't want this to be a fucking 11-hour marathon stream. This is going to be a much longer, much slower project because it's going to be much more edited. But we'll see how far we take it today. All right. I'll be back in a minute. I'm assuming this is going to take about 30 to 45 minutes to actually finish. Yes, the nuke timer. I don't know what's causing that, to be honest. I'll have to look at the make. I mean, I looked at the make file, but yeah. I mean, progress is progress. Yeah, so it goes beep beep beep, and then doesn't finish it. Unless that's make waiting for it to actually do its thing, which it might be. There is a go faster, but I actually want to leave it on the speed it's on. Although I realized as I say this that I didn't set the option for disk I/O, so it is still running faster than it would. It basically 86 box has an option to accurately have disk speed reflected, and I didn't set that option, so it's still running with basically native I/O speeds, which probably is. I'm not going to restart it a second time. I'm just not going to do that. So that time it built command.com. Although it does look like it builds each file individually. So when it does exe to bin, it builds the executable. Yeah, well, I mean, it's effectively would be the speed with an XT IDE, which if I still had the compact portable would be what I was using, because I don't use this, but I had a spinning Rust drive for that system. I really regret not keeping it, but I couldn't justify the shipping to Greece. I couldn't. Customs wise, it would have been bad given how old and obsolete it is, but shipping anything to Greece from the west coast of the United States is obscenely expensive. So I don't think it will fail due to that. I mean, if it does, it does. Well, it's more assembling than it is actually compiling, because while there is a C compiler on the system, it's not. None of the tools are written in assembly. There was one Pascal file I saw, but it was for building a profiling tool. I haven't decided that if when we get to looking at OS2, if I'm really going to set up a kernel debugger. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I won't. I've never actually. I've set up the NT. I set up NT the very earliest, at least at the time. I think it was the September 1992 build of NT 3.1, and that I did set up the debugger for, which required me to set up OS2 in another machine. Nerdy Gamer 86. See you later. God, I am congested. My allergies have been just fucking hating this. I was fine all the way through May, and then summer starts, and I have been so flipping congested. It's not even funny. At least I'm not sitting here like just having to think real hard if it's going to actually build or not. Like, yay. Yeah. My lungs have just, like I said, not been happy. Definitely good turnout for this stream, though. I think the first video I'm going to put out, and this is going to be like the Linux ones that they'll be released. I'm going to put them out for members first. And then when I have the full cut of the video done, that will be a public release. So I legitimately don't know how far I am going to be able to take this today, but I literally just spent the last 3 days. The only things I did was classwork, my Greek lesson, and I honestly just loaded up Factorio. I just needed like a break from everything because I got to the far end of the Linux from scratch on XP project, and I was such a mental potato. Like that getting that one to the end was almost soul crushing to finish that project. Like once I got the Linux kernel, having to do the rest of it, it felt like more effort than everything else it took up to that point, and it sucked. It sucked hard. I basically I in what is probably an exercise in self-harm, I guess would be the word I would use. I installed Pyanodon's mod suite, which is considered the hardest Factorio mod pack. And I've already finished the first science, and I'm almost at the second one. Like, I just went on a 15-hour gaming spree, which I haven't done that in a long time. Like, when Space Age dropped, I played it a bit, and I didn't actually, like, do much in it. I finally set some time aside to actually play through Space Age, and I was kind of disappointed at the end of it. There was a lot I liked, and there was a lot I didn't like. Like, I was such a mixed feeling getting to the end of Factorio Space Age. So playing PyMods has definitely been interesting. So that was my much-needed break for the time being. Yeah, it does look like it's assembling one file at a time. I wonder, I think it's going to build it twice. I think it's going to build it once for the IBM release and once for the Microsoft release. Because when we were watching it the first time, it's currently saying non-IBM release pre-selected, version 2.11 pre-selected. So I'm a little concerned that it's going to build them both, but okay. So there were two versions of early PC products. There was the IBM version, and then there was the Microsoft version. IBM stuff was for IBM machines, and Microsoft was basically the generic one because Microsoft didn't sell DAWs directly to end users. They did sell developer tools to end users directly, but at that point, operating systems were not like something you would buy from a store. It would be something that was sold by your computer's manufacturer. So this is why you have IBM PC DAWs. This is why you have compact DAWs, so forth and so on. So inside the source code, there's a switch. And I know this for a fact because I've looked at it in the past. It's called IBM version. There's certain differences, like the most obvious one is the default prompt on IBM versions of DAWs. The default prompt is just the drive letter. On the Microsoft ones, it's the full path prompt with the directory in it. So there's a few other changes besides that, but that's like the most user visible one, and that remained true into the OS2 days, so it's kind of an important thing to talk about when I make the video, that there are IBM releases and non-IBM releases, and the fact that there are functional differences between the two. As far as applications themselves, it doesn't actually make all that much difference. played a fair bit of Stardew Valley. Imlo. I have trouble getting into it. I don't think I've ever had. I think I had one farm get to like the end to spring year 2, but I don't think I've ever finished the community center. I was very close to it on my most recent save. I think I'm just missing some of the. I think I'm missing like 2 fish and. I got the red cabbage seeds, but I hadn't grown them yet because I forgot to buy them from the traveling trader. Like I feel like I should enjoy those type of games, but a lot of times I find them hard to get into. The real baby, the real Adlib, thank you for the $2 Australia, or sorry, $3 Australian super chat. Yeah, I do think it's actually going to build it twice. I think it's going to build the IBM version and the Microsoft version side by side. That's fine, actually, because that means I think we're going to see it build twice. Yeah, and when we get to the OS2 versions, there were like most of the changes in the source code are. Let me see if I can find an actual list. I believe there's one on OS2 Museum. Let me see if I can find it. I remember Mikal actually posted an article about it, but actually finding it would be a little bit tricky. I could also look at the source code, and in fact, I might just do that on the other terminal. Yeah, so there's an IBM define switch. I don't want to bring it up on the main screen because we're currently building. If I look at standard software, you can yeah, there's OEM IBM, IBM version of the operating system. There's also a switch here for Wang computers, which I always found that name amusing. So let me see if I can figure out what it actually changed. Yeah, like, I'm looking at it on the other screen. Oh, sorry, there's a different flag here. It's OEM IBM, which did different flags. Yeah, so some of the change. Okay, I'm actually looking at it right now. So some of the changes it makes is it changes the file name to IBM BIOS, IBM DOS. Let me see what else it does. It does a bunch of stuff with the print binary. I can't tell that from just a brief search. Format, yeah, format does different file names. Yeah, so like I said, there were some changes. For MS-DOS, it was relatively minor, like the default prompt. But yeah, that's actually a really good point because I'm hoping it doesn't override it. It might. Because now it says version 2.1 selected. Because now it's building debug.sys. Oh, sorry, there were some more super chats. HMK, thank you for the $10 super chat. And Jeffrey Rowland, thank you for the 2 British pound super chat. Uh, in terms like for MS DAWs, for DAWs itself, the changes were relatively minor. Let me see if I can find a more comprehensive list. I can go through the source code and let me actually write some notes about this. Um, okay, yeah, some basic notes. Let me see if I can find more on this because, like I said, it's definitely a good thing to look at. So, OEM reconstruction, generic binaries, io.sys, print.sys, format, development tools on disk, link, blah 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 blah. So link command. So yeah, it talks about Altos MS DAWs 2.11 and Televideo PC DAWs. Uh, like I say, right now I'm just reading. I'm just reading through OS2 Museum on the other monitor. Let me see what else is currently going on in chat. All right, so building fun. Okay, so reading the documentation. Command.com is too big to build on a micro. Blah 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 blah. Hard drive support. Okay, so version zoo, blah blah blah. Sorry, I'm just reading this on the other one so I can figure out what else I need to say here. I wonder. Yeah, so it doesn't look like it's rebuilding the basic DAWs files. It looks like it's just doing the Microsoft one. Um, So format source code. Sorry if I'm not speaking much. Like I said, I'm flipping through this article and just seeing what's is and is not relevant. OEMs. Yeah, so there's IBM false, MS ver true as defined flags. Here we go. Microsoft started maintaining two versions of DAWs, which might be called IBM style and Microsoft style. During building, the style variables were selected was IBM ver or MS ver. The IBM version included PC hardware specifics such as timer code or interrupt controller tweaks. Conventions. Some of the differences were non-obvious. Placing exact functionality in command.sys or command.com. Yeah, so there are some actual technical differences between the two, like how some internal things work with command.com versus otherwise. Well, it also may not be showing up because it's building additional stuff, although the fact that it's not... I'm a little concerned it's overriding its own files. In fact, I'm almost wondering if that's exactly what it's doing, because I told it to build all. I think it's currently in debug from what I was watching from the messages. Let me look at the source files on the other terminal. Let me see if I can figure out where that message is coming from. Non-IBM. So it comes from the DAWs symbol file. And it will say that IBM release selected, IBM release pre-selected, non-IBM pre-release selected, and it also has different versions. Lord almighty. How the hell am I going to talk about this? So, yeah, I think it's only building... We might want to actually build the IBM version. Let me figure out where the switches for that are. I'm assuming it's in... Let's see if I can figure out where those switches are. So the flag is OEM IBM, and it's set in standard software. Yeah, so you can use the switches to build the Microsoft version. Let me look at the top level make file and let me figure out how this thing works. make that bat. So it does command, if you type folder all, it looks like it doesn't set the OEM flag. Because version 1 would be, yeah, it doesn't look like it's setting the OEM flag when I build it this way. Which may be a problem, actually. Let me see if I can figure out how, like, I'm literally looking at it on the other screen while this goes. Okay, so yeah, apparently it just runs the make command. The make command builds everything. Oh, I see it. Hold on, I just found it. It's not as you'd expect. So make command make. Okay, so it's /DOEM. It's setting it as a define. It's not actually crap. I'm actually building it wrong. I'm curious to see what comes out of it. Yeah, so I'm currently looking at how it actually works. I'll pull this on the other screen briefly. You see here, it runs MASM, do OEM, and then the flag. So it's not actually defining a OEM flag. No, I'm not trying to build it. I'm just trying to build it, and I think I've effed it up. I'm not quite sure how far it's gone into the build. So it's currently at Edland. Let me see where that is in the build. So Edland is the second part of the command line. So it's built exe to bin, check disk, command, debug, and disk copy. It still has to do Edland, fc, find, format, more, MS-DOS, print, recover, sort, and sys. So it's actually got a fair bit still to go. Here, when did I kick off the build? I kicked off the build. God, it's been going for half an hour. This is surprisingly painful. Like I maybe I should make it go faster. I'm legitimately considering that. I kind of also like the experience though. So it's there and then. I'll be honest, I am feeling very run down, so there's also that. Yeah, so it's still it is actually just building Edlin right now. It does say version 2.1 pre-selected. So, okay, you know what? I think that'll be fine, actually, now that I think about it. Because it looks like there are... If not defined OEM, if else... Okay, no, it's got to fail safe. It's got to fail safe. If you don't define it in the source code or on the command line, it will define it for you. Okay, so it's building Microsoft 2.11. Yeah, it's building Microsoft 2.11, so we're good. I think I will build the IBM ones side by side because I think it's a good visual example of how they do differ. I don't know if I'll do that this stream, but it is a come back and do it. I'm going to stretch my legs while this goes. This is definitely going slowly, but it is going. so now it's on to FC. Yeah, so from what I'm literally flipping through the source code on the other screen. So it looks like there was an OEM version, like an identifier you could find in command.com, which presumably ended up in the PSP or somewhere applications could find it. I assume it's basically designed so you could check that like compact format is running on compact DAWs, and I don't know how much it was actually used in practice, but it was used. It was a thing. It is fascinating watching it build. Yeah, I definitely do want to build the IBM version. And when I do the IBM version, I will also set the disk speed to be accurate. Although I don't actually know the speed of a Seagate hard drive. I don't know what it is in RPMs. I guess I could actually look that up. Seagate XT HDD RPMs. Although I guess it doesn't really matter as long as I'm doing it consistently. It's fine. So now it's building format. So yeah, the OEM switch is not just for OEM stuff. It does change some things in the source code. Trying to figure out what I'm looking at the source to figure out what else it actually changes. So if not defined IBM, if defined yeah, so there's basically an OEM IBM flag, and then there's an IBM flag. And it's talking about two files that are also set like standard soft SW, because it has IBM version. Okay, so if defined OEM IBM, it then sets IBM equal true. Otherwise, it sets MS version true, and builds the Microsoft version of the source code. Interesting. I don't think the at part was supported on MS-DOS 2.0. So it's now generating Gen 4. Yeah, I think we're in format now. Okay, this definitely took quite a bit longer than I was expecting it to take. MS-DOS will no doubt be the longest one for it to build. Although command.com didn't take that much. Yeah, because it's doing gen form. Yeah, so it's in format. I see that right there. So next up is more, which is literally 2 files. Then it has to do the entirety of MS-DOS, which will take a bit. And then it's got 4 more packages it's got to run through. So yeah, I think I do actually want to build the IBM version. We might not do it this second, but we will likely do it. Echo Off was in DAWs 5. I know it was in DAWs 5. I don't know if it was in earlier versions than that. But like I said, this is a lot more relaxing for me. And relaxing was kind of what I needed right now. It's going to get a lot harder once we dive into the beta versions of OS 2, although I don't know how much we can realistically do with them. Because as far as I know, neither Sizzle nor Football had the DOS box. It might be it might be in Football, but let me pull up Beta Wiki because I need to figure out where we're going after this. Like, I'm also using this stream to kind of brainstorm where I'm going. During the Linux stream, I had a very good version and plan. This one, I am literally flying by the seat of my flipping pants. So, okay, so initial release, so Football prototype. There's a debug version of this one. Yeah. That one we don't care about. Microsoft OS 2 internal revision. This was the STK build. That's definitely going to be one of the first ones we look at. I don't know if it has the penalty box. I presume it doesn't, actually. I feel like the penalty box was like a last-minute addition to the damn thing. Because... yeah, so Sizzle... let me see if I can find something that talks about Sizzle and Football, because I'm not the first one to explore these. So was Football... no, there's no way Football was the... oh, no. Demonstrated multiple DAWs applications running on virtual 8086 mode. Oh, that's right. There was Football. There was the Football demo for... it was a Build G demo. So we're going to have to look at Football. Sizzle must have been the... yeah, Sizzle was the main development branch, and then Football was the one that could actually run multiple DAWs applications side by side. Well, assuming I can even get it to boot, like I said, we're... okay, yeah, it does look like we're in the MS-DOS folder because I recognize the file names it's building. Yeah, okay, so Sizzle was... yeah, Sizzle was a 386 specific build for Desk Pro 386, capable of running multiple DAWs applications side by side. Okay, that is going to be an interesting thing to look at. So yeah, that would put it in 87. The earliest OS 2 beta we have... because it became multitasking DAWs. I'm going to have to write a timeline of events here. So let me look at my notes. So DAWs 2.0, I believe, was 1983. Let me write these down because I'm going to have to turn these into a script. Yeah, 83. Multitasking DAWs 4... Wikipedia says 86, but I don't know if I actually trust that. Late PCJS says late 85, early 86, and itself, I'm actually looking at it, itself gives a copyright message of 85. So we'll say 85 for that. So multitasking DOS 4 was 1985. The IBM PC AT came out August 4th. August 1984. I'm not going to put the actual date down. Or the actual day down. Okay, so DAWs 3, DAWs 4. Yeah, because like organizing this all into a timeline is basically going to be the really fun part of this project. Yeah, I'm probably I do believe there is a bunch on the Restless Systems wiki. Let me actually see what is on the wiki because it's been a while since I dived into this. Like I've been wanting, yeah, we go OS2 research, research outline. I think I wrote this because this is looking like my own. Some of this. Yeah, I remembered. I now remember actually doing this because let's see, review history. I didn't write all of it. Dr. Shuppet definitely amended this quite a bit. So I think I'm gonna have to write some wiki pages. Cause yeah, I remember this. Okay, I legitimately remember this. Because this wasn't my first rodeo in trying. I've wanted to do this project for quite a while. And I just remember it being miserable. Like I could use some of my existing stuff here, but yeah, this legitimately helps. So I probably need to actually make a new wiki page and add notes to it. So that's what I'm going to be doing next. Is I'll make a wiki page into it and do stuff. Yeah, because like I said, I remember this is not a new idea from one of my projects. I feel like this is the time to flipping tackle it, and I've got to be comprehensive about it. So, yeah. Uh, Let's see what else I actually had on here. Let me see here. Let me log in. Let me add some stuff to the wiki. Because it has been a while. So, research stream write up, research stream. I mean, this is the whole reason I have this wiki. Alright, so let me add some notes to the actual wiki. Source, because it's been a while. Yeah. Yeah, sorry if I'm not talking. Like I said, I'm just writing notes. Description. Things done. Okay, so I just got like a base of a wiki page started. If someone wants to like flesh that out, it's a start. We're at mscode.asm. Uh, yeah, I completely forgot that I had actually done some wiki stuff on the wiki about this. It's been that long. Oh, I'm I am a little worried it's going to run out of memory. I only gave it a half megabyte. But yeah, this is definitely a decent starting place. I think, yeah, I think this is. I'm going to do streams covering all the way up to the start of OS2 1.0, and then we'll go forward from there. This is going to be a project, but I think it'll be an enjoyable one. so now we're in rom.asm. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting project. It's going to be a very long video. Like, I already know I'm not going to have that much to say when we get to Warp Connect, but all the way through Warp, I can think of a lot of things to say. Because Warp Connect, the writing was kind of on the wall for OS2, and it was just waiting for its time of death. I will probably do a stream where I just rebuild CPM. I don't have like much point in doing it, but sure, why not? Yeah, multitasking DAWs 4 might be a different stream. I may not get to it today. This is taking longer than I thought it would, but I don't exactly mind per se. I have so many things I gotta do. These projects are always like just being able to sit in the chair, not have to be mentally dialed in, is nice for me though. Maybe I should just do streams where I commentate over compiling random software, although I feel like that's just my channel as is. Hey Marsim, how you doing today? Actually, one of the things I want to try with multitasking DAWs 4 is could I build DAWs 2 and DAWs 4 side by side at the same time? I'm pretty sure it's going to be excruciating to build DAWs 4 on a 8088. It should build, but it's going to be excruciating. I don't remember if multitasking DAWs 4... I'd assume it would support extended memory of some sort. I mean, I can't imagine it wouldn't. I mean, HiMem was a thing at that point. The Vice can run the Commodore 128 version of it can run it can run Commodore CPM. SimH can run CPM for the Altair. There's a few other ones that can do it, but Vice is probably the closest you'd get to an authentic experience. SimH just dumps it into a terminal like it does with Linux or Unix. So not that there's like graphics under CPM or anything. Okay. So now it's building standard FCBs, that's file control blocks. Yeah, I will say that, like I said, just taking a few days off was legitimately mentally needed. I'm still not 100%, and Monday is going to be a very big day for me. For better or worse, it's some real life stuff that is going to make the next few months be interesting. Is the word I will use to describe it. We'll see how that does or does not go. I'm just flipping through Mastodon at the moment just to see what's going on. Yeah, Mondays is going to be require a drive down to Athens, which I'm really not looking forward to, but it is what it is. So I'm going to be enjoying this weekend for what it is. Tomorrow, it was the plan for today, but tomorrow I'm going to go do a POTA activation. So I may stream in the evening, or if I get rained out again. As I say, rained out, birds are chirping, everything's happy. I could have gone done it because the sun doesn't set here until like 8-9 p.m. right now. So I guess the question is, if I was to start a DAWS 4 build and a DAWS 2.1 at the same time, would it complete? I am actually curious to know if that would work. I actually really want to try that under football when we get there. Like, that actually sounds like a legitimately interesting thing to try as an actual stress test for the football system. Um, I am a little surprised because there were versions of HiMeb for DAWS 3.3, and I'm pretty sure it goes back way earlier than that. Like, EMS was created by Lotus and used bank switching, and Lotus, I think, supported that as early as 84 or 85. This is 86 box runs at period correct speed, so this is the speed it would run at the time. It's a little faster than what it would be actually because Disk IO isn't emulated. If um yeah, like I said, MDAWS was a very unusual product. Well, HiMem was included with Windows. I'm trying to remember if it was actually in Windows 1.0. I know it's in 2.0 because I've had to deal with it when I was running old versions of it. HiMem is ancient. I don't remember when it first came out. This is a... Let's see here, HiMem. It was first included with Windows 2.1 in 1988. Okay, so it was actually a fair bit later. I thought it was... I mean, it makes sense because extended memory... When was extended memory defined? It was... So XMS version 2 was released in 1988. That does imply there was a version 1, but there's no date given for version 1 or if it actually existed. It might have been just internal. So yeah, we're almost at the end of MS-DOS, the kernel build. This is going to be a comprehensive documentary on OS2. So we're starting at the very beginning, which was the common ancestor between which would be DOS 2.0. At that point, development forked into what would become DOS 3 and multitasking DOS 4. And then OS2 was supposed to be DOS 5. Now, it probably wouldn't work under multitasking DOS 4. I'd be surprised if it did, although it might. like Windows itself doesn't work. Although I did read on the beta wiki that there were at least there was some efforts to try and get that to work. Yeah, there it is. It's now doing the link. Multitasking DAWs 4. So there was a version of Windows 1.03 that actually did work with that. But there's no citation given for it. Yeah, I'm just reading through it and getting an idea of what does and doesn't work. So now we're on, okay. So it just finished msdos.sys. So now we're on to print. So there is not much left. So print is the last one of this batch. So it's print, recover, sort, and sys, and then it's done. Then we can format a floppy and, I don't know, take it for a spin. Well, that's because IBM, it comes down to IBM is what it actually comes down to. But even then, concurrent DAWs, I thought that needed a 386. I don't think it ran on. I mean, did it run on an 8088? I've never used it. But the thing is that digital research had MPM and concurrent CPM. DR DAWs is essentially CPM with DAWs compatibility bolted onto it. The very last build of multitasking DAWs 4 patches Windows. And, oh yay, the chat just out of memory because that issue is still around. Yeah, so concurrent. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to look at this. Maybe we will actually get into multitasking MDAWs 4. I'm not sure how much we're actually going to do with it because I would like to try and build DAWs 4 under it and then do it side by side and see if that actually works. Yeah, that's an old standing bug. Like YouTube, it got introduced like a few years ago, and Google just hasn't fixed it. I've had the same problem in Firefox as well. God, I am so congested. I will be back in a moment. All right, so now it's just doing, yeah, it's just building sys, which is the last utility I think it has to build. So that's a good one. Oh yeah, I managed to get my sinuses all completely cleared out. That's a nice feeling. That is legitimately a nice feeling. So let's go take a look here. Apparently this last one is just taking a while for the macro assembler to run. But yeah, okay, so looks like it's about an hour in total build time. Yeah, I know concurrent CPM. No, wait, concurrent CPM. That's the. I thought, is that the 8088 version, or is that like NPM? Because I know a lot of the later digital research stuff was lost in a flood, but I know a lot of the earlier stuff was survived and eventually open sourced or made actual free software. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I know that CPM, a bunch of CPM source code survived. I've only looked at it briefly. I've never, the 8-bit era doesn't interest me all that much. Even early 16-bit isn't all that interesting to me. Hey, look, it's done. So let's make a boot floppy. So new image. Okay, so format A, new floppy disk in. Now I just gotta remember the order in which you have to copy it. I think it's M system MS. Actually, there was a README file here. Let me check the README file. I believe it is MS-DOS first, because format will put a boot sector on the disk for me. Yeah, so I don't want to format another one. Let me see if I can find that document. Yeah, I believe it's MS-DOS sys goes first, IO sys goes second, and well, worst case scenario, I try it, I just do it again. So MS-DOS, so that would be copy MS-DOS dot sys a Did it not build IO, or did it get included with something? I thought there was a separate IO_sys file that it had to. I'm almost certain there is. Or maybe not. No, I thought there was MS. Hold on. Let me look at the actual Microsoft Git repo, because that had more useful documents in it than not. Okay, so you have to do IOsys first, so that was a mistake on my part, but IO doesn't look like it built. Like, I've got files here, but there's no actual build. Does it not make a fully bootable build? Easiest thing to do: format a single-sided floppy disk. Use debug to write your bootloader. Yeah, it doesn't look like it built io.sys. No, but the thing is that sys would just copy. It won't copy the versions that I already have, unless maybe it's in the sys folder. Insert system disk into drive D. Yeah, that doesn't work right. I don't remember how you tell it to show hidden files. Apparently it was AH. Yeah, I get the sensation it didn't build io.sys, and maybe it doesn't actually. Nope, it doesn't seem to be supported with this command, which is kind of annoying. IOSys. Yeah, I'm assuming if I try booting off that floppy, it's not going to work. I mean, we can try it. But I'm pretty certain that isn't going to work. All right, give it a three-finger salute. Yeah, it's probably going to complain about missing something. non-system disk error. Yeah, eject. Because that was the boot sector message. So that might have just all been for nothing. Let me just look here in this folder. There is like a skeleton IO file here. Because like I said, there is a 2.0 folder. msdos.sys. So I'm assuming these... I'm assuming this is like literally everything I just built, because I see the date here, and that does look like literally everything I just built. Does actually talk a bit about the changes. Let me see here. Can I run this from... It was more... Yeah, more was a thing at this. Link your BIOS module to sysinput.object, date to callback. No, it's not QDAWs. I'm guessing IO. It's just not built. I guess there's no complete BIOS. Although, like, I'm looking here and I see all the files that look like is required for building a BIOS. Like, there's skeleton IO and stuff and so on. It may just not be fully complete, which is a little disappointing if I'm going to be true. Let me see what the notes here say. IO sys. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at this. So there are some notes here for a actual buildable version. Let me see how this one actually looks different. Assuming it looks different. Here, let me pull this up. This is from the OS2 Museum. I don't know if I actually want to sit and build this a second time. Although, at this point, it's sort of become the principle of the matter. So that has all Xenix stuff. This has the BIOS, which is what you would need for io.sys. This is all the command line tools. Is there a top-level make file? There is no top-level make file, though, which is Interesting. Um, yeah, let's see here. What is this 70? Okay, that one 70.txt just says 70. So this looks like this actually, let me look at this batch file. I think I just didn't build a good version of the source code. Which is really actually quite irritating. All right, let me look at it. Now that I've got it extracted. Let me open in Notepad++. So ext to bin, link. So this builds IBM bio. So this builds like the IBM version, although I'm assuming the flags actually don't matter. Yeah, so there is a makefile here. Yeah, so I'm guessing the version on PCJS doesn't build a working version. That's kind of irritating. Yeah, see, that's a much simpler one, and that does build msdos.sys and IBM BIOS. So let me see what other notes are actually here. So make sure the file naming matches your boot sector of your boot floppy. Yeah, that is distinctly annoying. I'm currently mulling what I want to do. If I want to try and build this one instead, it seems to also care about what the boot sector says. Presumably, I could just use the format command I just built. Yeah, so there is a bin folder here, and then, although there's nothing actually in it. So we do have commands Microsoft, and we have commands format. So if I built that format, it would presumably build the boot sector correctly. I know there's a way to do it with debug, but I don't exactly know how to do that. All right, I'm actually tempted to do this, so let me delete, or not delete. Let's bring up the VM. I mean, screw it. I've gone this far. I actually really want to see this work. How do I not have unzip? Okay, so that has all the utilities. So make that. Let me see how this all comes together. So that builds command.com. It puts it in the IO folder. So that builds the IBM version, and then I'm assuming this one. So it builds command.com. It builds. Does it not build the BIOS? Because I see it build msdos.sys. But I don't actually see it build the BIOS. Does this one do it? Yeah, this one does it. This one builds IBM Bio. This one builds IBM DOS. And I don't, like I said, I don't really want to build the whole thing from scratch, but I really do want to see it build. So we can do it by hand now. We could actually just do it by hand. So fair enough. Let's do it. I am going to have to make some edits. Yeah, that was definitely a bit annoying. Because I do want to actually see it go. Yeah, I think this stream is just going to be fiddling with DOS 2.0 and trying to get it to rebuild. Which is fine. I'm good with that. Okay, let's send in alt control delete so it's going to be looking in the right folders for the right tools. So 06, 07, 2025. You know, I think I should... Do I not have the label command? I don't have the label command. Alright. So, source... I find it concerning how it's showing, like, the top part of C. So, let me do make here. Did that actually build something? Oh, that's weird. It actually has to be run from this folder. So if I just do make... Oh, it doesn't actually build on... This needs a later version of DOS. That's exactly... Yeah, this has to be built on a later version of DAWs because it doesn't have append and it has a bunch of other things. Okay. Let me take a brief break and figure out what I'm going to do next. I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes, and then maybe we'll... I don't know. Something. All right, you know what? I think we're just going to jump right into multitasking DAWs 4, and then we'll try this again. So let's close this out. Let's make a new VM. PCXT MDAWs 4. And then let's configure it. So I can basically go back in time and check it as is. So we'll make the display amber this time. So line doubling, simple doubling. Yeah, we'll go with amber. No sound, storage devices. Yeah, we'll use the fixed disk adapter. We'll use the standard floppy controller adapter. We'll set the memory to... I think I might want to use a bigger fixed disk controller, although this is actually period correct. So let me look at more at the settings. So hard drives. I could set it to XT IDE. Let me see what drives this actually support, this controller. Because I was looking at that earlier. If it supports a 20 megabyte hard drive, which I feel like the original controller card did support, because I've seen XTs with a 20 megabyte. The parameters... Yes, it did support a 20 megabyte hard drive. So we'll create a 20 megabyte hard drive. So new... I guess I will set the disk speed properly this time. So for this configuration, it needs to be 112 cylinders. Let's see here. It's 120. The geometry doesn't agree with what the card says it should be. Okay, so RAM speed. Okay, I guess that doesn't let me set that. We'll see if it just works. So MDOS for 20 MB HDD. All right, let's try that. So format, partitioned. I don't remember. Hold on, I gotta look at the disks. I gotta figure out what version the disks actually are. Because I think they're 512. There's multiple versions of these disks. Honestly, I think trying the version Microsoft shipped out of the box might be the way to go. Because they literally did include the binaries as is. So let me go floppy disk. Yeah, that's fine. So start. Oh, no, wait. I didn't configure the RAM card. So configure. Also, apparently I didn't set the... Yeah, amber monochrome. Storage. Other peripherals. So yeah, you're going to be... Memory expansion card. I can actually take it all the way to 640. I mean, it would have been an obscene amount of RAM for the period. 512 was the common amount for that period. But screw it. We'll just kind of go with it. Start. Oh, I chose the wrong machine. That's 5150. I want to be on an XT. There we go. So configure. Okay, so that all looks correct. And then we set the scaling to 2. All right, so let me go. Let's try the version Microsoft actually provided, because there was a pre-compiled one in the repo. Yeah, it was drdos. Yeah, here it is. There's an IMD file. All right, let's try it. Let's see if it even boots. Yeah, I know it works with VGA, but again, this feels more period correct to me. Although... let me see if it even starts up first. Oh yeah, that's interesting. It actually is a development version. So if I remember correctly, you hit F. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. I forget how you do the terminal switch. I think it's SM for session manager. Yeah, there we go. Press key for program listed above. I think I'm going to actually have to look at the documentation to figure out how to use this thing. So would that be an overview, release notes? Oh, here's the welcome document. Dear beta tester. Okay, nope, that's a single page document. That is not what I'm looking for. Introduction. Memory space limitations. Supports up to 1 MB. Continues to drop. Configuration. Definitely some interesting things in this. Portability, flexibility, getting from there to here. That does not tell me how to use it. Command guide, 286, overview. Let's look at the release notes. No. Oh, here we go. Command guide. CPU loop. All right, so this basically tells you everything you want. Let's see here. Let's look here. Yeah, like I said, this is beta. This is a beta program. So how do I start multiple command sessions? So press key, press escape to enter command mode. Okay. So let me type run one command. Oh, I have to define it. So define one command. I think I broke it. Yeah, it crashed. Maybe I should try the actual retail release. Though it is an interesting bit of, like, let's see here. What else we actually got on here? Yeah, so we got SM. Can I type sm.doc and, like, actually, let me see if I can find the documentation and read it on the other screen. Okay, notepad. So here we go. User guide. So you define a program key, function, so a control character key or a function key. Working directory is a well-termed path. So, okay. So you basically do it. Oh, that did something different. Did I have those? Those weren't defined before. Oh, okay. Um, that's different. Yeah, okay, that's legitimately different. So I can switch back and forth. So if I hit F7 again, it doesn't do anything. Let me look at the documentation and figure out how this all works. Oh, I think it's sysrequest. I think it's alt sysrequest. This keyboard doesn't have a physical sysrequest key, so I don't know what key combo does that. I also don't have a way of sending sysrequest into the VM. Hold on. Sysrequest. I have a full-size keyboard. I just don't have a sysrequest key on it. Okay, so it's shared with print screen. So Alt Escape doesn't do it. All right, let's read the documentation because there's perfectly good documentation. So SM, if it starts with initialization file, command mode, int define, exit, int24 handler, no program. Okay, so how do I switch back? Hit Alt F10. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So if we hit F8, yeah, we end up here because this process has died. So we hit Alt F10, hit escape key. So run F8. And then we go F7. How do you leave command mode? SM command or help? Because if it says exit, it just, yeah, it throws me back to that. And I can't run SM again. Or, oh no, I can run it again. It just completely restarted my session. So I hit F7. So Alt F10, which doesn't seem to be working anymore. Alt F10. I think I've got multiple copies of SH running, so I think I need to reboot it. It feels very mainframe-like. Like, this legitimately feels like mainframe. Yeah, okay, so that now it does work. So you can't accidentally be like nested into multiple versions of it. So I can run multiple but I can go back and forth, and yeah, it kind of works. Yeah, it seems fine now. So if I hit F7, I can do dirw. And then I can hit Alt F10 to switch back, and I get the first terminal. I'm wondering if this works with graphical mode stuff. It's definitely... We're looking at multi-user DAWs 4 right now. We're looking at a beta version of it. It also seems to lack the fdisk command. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, no fdisk command. Because I changed the terminal color. to make it more visually distinct. So so there's a bunch of demo stuff here. So what are these demos? Type demo 1. I remember it listing this in the command reference. So let's look at the command reference and see what it has to say. What's on disk 2? Disk 2 is the BIOS. It's partial source code. So command guide. So what do these commands even do? So I'm assuming pound actually. So this exercises the disk I/O system. So let me see if demo 3 does anything. Yeah, so demo 1, so it does actually do a bunch. So demo 1. I feel like I was supposed to run this inside of Session Manager. I do feel like I was supposed to run this inside of Session Manager. All right, so let me control break. Let's try demo 3. Oh, right, because I don't have DAWs installed. Yeah, so it is actually doing detach, which is interesting. So if I hit SM now, we don't actually see anything. Do I have PS? Wow, that's running slow. Because it's still pounding the disk. I'm assuming it will come back. Or yeah, okay, maybe not. So why don't we take a look at the actual, like, you know, I do think I want to take a second look at that, but we'll take a look at a later version of multitasking MS-DOS 4. DAWs key added tab support. Okay, there we go. MS-DOS 4. Let's see if we have the commands to actually install it to the hard drive. So 06, 07, 2025. SM can't install, so... Alright, so hitting Alt F10 there doesn't do anything. Do I have PS? I do not have PS on this. Let's see what we actually have here. Format, SM, PDF. This one does have fdisk, which at least is something. Let me put disk 2 in and see what's on disk 2. So I'm not, so print screen. Okay, so that just prints screened. I don't remember how, is it FN? All right, I accepted the friend request. I would like to know where it is, though. I'm assuming I have to look at a different version for it. I'm assuming this is a retail release, as much as there was a retail release. Oh, I did something that caused it to break. No, DOS Shell was available for standard release 4.0. But I'm curious on why I can't go into SM. Yeah, figuring out how to use this is actually going to be really tricky. All right, let's just take that. What's pop-up? Exec failure. So readme text more. That's useful. Do I have Edlin? Assuming I have Edlin. Actually, I don't have Edlin. What do I have on B again? This feels like this is meant to be installed on top of something. This doesn't feel like it's meant to be freestanding. I do have more, though. Does that work with this? Does that... That doesn't feel like that's doing anything. So scroll lock. All right. Let me look at Discord again. Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the Discord messages. All right, you know what? Let's mount the floppy disk and let me get the README file that way, because I'm obviously not going to get it the other way. So C users. Okay, that README file was completely and totally useless. That was completely and totally helpful. I didn't see Edland on B. Was it there? Oh, it was there. Okay, you are right. The question is, why can't I see? I assume SM is actually running. Oh no, it isn't. So SM can't install. You know what? Let me do a hard reset because maybe something was left over from running the beta. Yeah, I'm going to actually step away from keyboard because I'm talking with Starfrost in Discord right now, and I think I need to change my plan of approach. It's there's multiple versions of multitasking DAWs 4, and what they have and don't have seem to be very, very different. I think I'm going to have to sit and think about this one really hard because let me see if just doing a hard reset let SM actually load. Yeah, so it says it can't install, which is interesting. Let me look at the beta wiki notes for this, but I think, or actually let me just try this on PCJS. Yeah, no, it gives the same error. So it says tap the Alt key. Oh, that's how you do it. Start a program. Oh, okay. The plot thickens. So that's how that works. I wonder what happens if I... Yeah, okay, that's actually how that works. Okay. I do think I'm going to have to look at multiple versions. I'm going to step away from keyboard and ponder this for a bit and then figure out what I'm going to do with that. I'm back. So yeah, so there are. So let me catch up with chat. Yeah, so let's pull up Beta Wiki and let me figure out what I'm actually need to do here because this is actually going to be more complex than I need, than I realized. I knew there were multiple versions. I didn't realize they differed that much. So let's look at Beta Wiki because it has like the full version list. Scroll up to the top. Yeah, so there's 5 known versions and then 2 more that haven't like been saved. So there's internal work version, and yeah, so this is the earliest one that's known. This is the one that we were looking at earlier. Then there's this one. So it's a beta build. Yeah, so this was made with a found on BBS. There's no text for that one, and then there's the SMG one here. So this one has the the PS command on it. God, that is bizarre that yeah, so here's a screenshot of what the PS command actually looks at like. So this version supports multitasking, but the session manager isn't actually there. The one I'm looking at doesn't seem to be able to load the session manager, and then the internal work version is legitimately having problems. So internal revision 8.7 does not boot on 8088 configs, although it did boot just fine. Okay. I'm actually legitimately thinking about how I want to tackle this. So yeah, you have SM, but you can't actually run it. But if I hit Alt twice, I can switch between programs. And I'm assuming if I was to like run something full screen, it would be fine. Let me see what else I have on here that I can actually run, just as an example. There's Swapper Doc, like, yeah, let me pull up fdisk. So I have fdisk running, and then I can jump back to command, and then I can jump forward. So that does actually work the way you'd kind of expect it to work. And then was PDF edit on this version? Yeah, so PDF edit was here. PDF edit. Wow, that's a set of commands. So yeah, you could start a command. So I'm assuming this is build 67. God, yeah, this is legitimately, wow, this is actually a lot more, this is more legitimately confusing. Because I didn't realize multi-user DAW, this is the first time I've ever run it. So I didn't realize it was, how do I want to put it? Hot mess feels like the right sentence to use here. Yeah, so there's development release that we were looking at, and then, huh. I wonder if I just install it. Like, I don't see an install command, but usually with the old versions, you just copy the files. God, what a bizarre piece of software. All right, let me catch up on Discord. Um, yeah, so I have two versions of MDOS 4. I have the beta release that was in Microsoft's dump of DOS 4, and I have this one which appears is build 6.7, and I believe I don't know if it's like the quote official release, but let's see here. So 6.7, yeah. So this definitely looks like 6.7, and then there was also the SMG Group OEM release. It also includes oh, apparently it's set in config.sys. Yeah, okay, so that's how it works. So Session Manager is running, so I hit Alt and then I can tab to other versions and builds of it. Which is bizarre. Like, that is legitimately bizarre on how that works. Yeah, I would have to actually, if I want to hook up the kernel debugger, I would need a way. Did 86 box finally add support for serial ports? Because that used to be like a real problem with 86 box. Serial port pass through. Where can I send it? Oh, I can send it to a named pipe. So I could run the kernel debugger if I so desired. Huh. Okay. So I've got to think about where I'm going to take this. I am legitimately tempted to try and build like MS-DOS 4. Let's format and install it to the hard drive. Oh, that was weird. It seemed to have crashed for a moment. Okay, switch. Wow, this definitely has some problems. All right, so let's do fdisk. Cool. So create DAWs partition. Yes. And then that will reboot. All right, so I think I got to take some notes here because I think I'm gonna have to come back to this. So multitasking DAWs 4. Multiple versions. None of them appear to be final. Microsoft released a beta version with MS-DAWs for source code. So build 67, or 6.7, I should say. Good Lord. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a fair number of notes. So let's set the time date 2025. Current time is 2050. Okay, that's fine. Format drive C. Because then at least I can put files on it and like try doing stuff like I don't know, but let me write more notes here. Took about 70 minutes to build. Turns out this source distro is not complete. Build io.sys, which means a bootable system. Impossible. So format complete, and then it looks like it hung. Yeah, like this looks like this completely hung. So earlier beta version. So what was the Microsoft internal one? I gotta write this in my notes. Yeah, I actually think that completely froze. So let's try a reboot. Oh yeah, it's completely locked. The Alt Control Delete did not bring it back. Yeah, well that's going well. Build 6.7. me see here. Okay, so MS-DOS 2, 2.1, multitasking. Okay, Windows M-Form. Okay, so yeah, I see pretty much, yeah, Starfrost, I see the document you basically sent my way. Okay, so the question is now, is it good enough that, did it successfully format the hard drive? Yeah, it does look like it did format the hard drive that time. Although it looks like it only gave it, hold on, fdisk. Did it only use 10 megabytes? Because that may be a problem with the controller card. Yeah, that's not right. That one I'm assuming is a problem with the disk controller card versus anything else. Happy joy is kind of my thoughts and feelings on this right now. Yeah, because that's twice the size of it. All right. Let's try a different storage controller, which is a little bit less garbage, I think is the word I want to go with. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of mentally hitting the wall right now. I'm at the 4-hour, 10-minute mark. Yeah, I think I definitely want a larger hard drive. In fact, I know I want a larger hard drive. So storage controllers. Problem is, how do I get a larger hard drive? Yeah, I'm going to have to try and track down some of these other versions. I think I have to delete rerun fdisk because I changed the controller card, which means the formatting is probably different. So delete DOS partition. Create partition. And then restart. Yeah, so I'm looking at the different versions of this. So there is a README file. And then, yeah, there's the International Computers Limited version. So there's only 2 pages here that actually have commands. And then I need to find this last OEM version, which apparently OS2 Museum has. Let me see if I can find that disk image. And then I think I'm going to... Maybe we'll call it there and take a step back. Let's see here. Let me look at... Okay, so this page actually has quite a bit of interesting information. All right, so why don't we take a brief look at this one? I have to change. Let me format C. Let's try that again. Let's see if we actually end up with a full disk. Let me make a new folder for multitasking DOS 4. Multitasking 4. Oh, and eject. All right, so I do want to take yeah, I do want to look at this other build. So because yeah, it's basically these 3 builds I think are the most relevant ones. It does seem to continue to multitasking DAW as 4.1. Ooh, wow, that's different. Yeah, that is legitimately different. So I'm assuming on this one, yeah, from what it said, so this one has PS. Yeah, and you can see the different commands being run. Which seeing that is bizarre. So like apparently it has different flags. Or let's try PS like S. Yeah, you can see the wait run. So H.E. Damon there is a command line guide about this. So let me see. Hard drive error catcher. And then you could also kill processes, sleep for a while, session management. Yeah. Let me look at the programming API for this. Actually, here's a file and session manager. I think I had already looked at this one. Memory management, 286 compatibility. Let's take a look at the 286 compatibility. So overview, system calls, dynamic linking, 286. So new programs, cooperative, existing, environment in 8088 mode. There's definitely some interesting documents in this. Yeah, so this is talking basically about 286 compatibility all the way down. A6 mode is already in the field. Reviews things of conflict. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so I get the sensation they were planning this for basically like taking advantage of the 286. I want to see what the syscall document has to say. Like, I'm curious on what functionality it actually offered. So, process ID, command subgroup, zombie process. Process controls, exec wait, cwait, freeze, resume, sleep, kill. This is very Unix-esque, I believe is what I would say here. Yeah, so this talks about freezing a process, restarting a process. I'm assuming there's inter-process communication of some sort. Set priority, concurrency calls. Wow, you could even create a thread. Yeah, this is a very bizarre. Okay, this is a rabbit hole. This is a much deeper rabbit hole than I realized it was going to be. Well, Microsoft announced that there was going to be a version of DOS that included Xenix compatibility. It was originally called ZDOS, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like they had this was basically what it was intended as. I remember there was a video on YouTube talking about it, but I forgot who actually. Yeah, it was from V Westlife. I remember this video. I'm curious if I can find the articles that actually talk about this. Like, I try news. Let me try books. Oh, yeah, there's actually something here from Byte Magazine about it. Let me see if I can pull this up. Or it's saying content unavailable. Yeah, there's something here from Byte Magazine, Volume 7, but I can't pull the preview up. Apparently I can buy it in print. Yeah, I didn't think that was actually a valid link. That is flipping annoying. I wouldn't trust Dave Plummer as an authoritative source. He's been caught misrepresenting the truth multiple times. Not just me, but others have kind of discovered the same about him. Anything Dave Plummer says, I have to take with a grain of salt. So yeah, this very much feels like trying to bolt Unix to MS DOS. I mean, the real question is if they ever actually implemented it, because I didn't see the kill command. Let me see if it's here. Yeah, there is no kill command on this one. We do have DOS size, which does tell us basically how much memory is and is not available. What's cure? Couldn't open temp directory. Okay. Okay, so there was a kill command in the beta. Good lord, this is. I'm now curious if we take that kill command on this version. Oh, well, that was spicy. There we go. I'm curious. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. Yeah, this is like. I didn't realize how. It even has I/O controls. I definitely want to put this through its paces. I just haven't decided how I'm going to do that. I think the idea is I'm probably going to like get DAWs 4, DAWs 5 actually. Yeah, I gotta ponder this. I think this is as far as we're going to take it tonight, but I'm getting a pretty good vibe of where I want to take this. I'm honestly wondering if we're going to have to dive into Xenix. Like, even if it's just for a little bit, if I need to bring up the Xenix history. What would have been the version of Xenix analogous at this time? I've played with Xenix quite a bit, but not the very early versions. I think we would have to look at it on a Lisa. Although that's a SCO Lisa. That's a SCO version. Although it would be period correct. There was Xenix for the 286. Actually, that would probably be the closest one to, shall we say, the right time period. Yeah, I think this is going to involve going into Lisa Land, and we're going to have to take another look at Xenix. I because they were doing the development on MS-DOS on Xenix. Unfortunately, we don't have that build, and we don't have the build tools for it. I'm just legitimately debating if I want to go down that rabbit hole or not, because I've never actually played with Xenix on a Lisa. I mean, unless they included the x86 development tools on the Lisa version, it is possible they did that. We do have Xenix. We do have Xenix Masm. Is it a 68K build or is it a is it 68K or is it x86? Because I know that the development tools on Xenix 286, 386 can basically do that. I don't know if by 85 they were. Yeah, because I do remember that the SDS software development has surfaced. It's a MASM variable, C linker, a C compiler linker, lint, various state of the art 1984 support for the 286 architecture. Yeah, I knew they were using Xenix pretty heavily. I'm assuming they used in the days of the 8088, they were using it on a 6800 Motorola 68K system. Not the Lisa, but one of the other ones. Unfortunately, none of those builds of Xenix have survived. Let me see if there's actually a list of platforms that they had for it. Yeah, they actually had quite a few done, and it was available for Lisa. And they had some major trouble porting it to x86. They made the 286 version of Xenix. I legitimately wonder how hard it would be to build the MS-DOS source code under Xenix. I don't know if I'm going a little bit too far into the weeds by going there. Yeah, YouTube blocks URLs unless you're an approved user or a channel moderator. I'm almost thinking, looking at DAW's 1.x. Let's see here. Bootable floppy. I'm actually just reading how you did this. So you build it, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, so there is a copy of the okay, so McCall actually made a boot floppy that could rebuild PC DAWs 1.1 with source code. Um let's see here. Bootable floppy, very similar to PC DAWs 2.2. Batch files are used to everything's done in place. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm legitimately thinking out loud here. I think, like I said, I don't know if I want to go down the Xenix rabbit hole, but if we're going to talk about multi-user DAWs 4 as sort of the missing link here, it definitely kind of matters. Yeah, I know that PCJS has a copy of Xenix in it. I can even pull that up real quick. PCJS. Yeah, this is such a cool website. Like software, systems, Unix, Xenix. I remember if 1.0 or 2.0 would be the version I would want to look at. I mean, this is basically figuring it out for the next stream. Let that boot up. Or apparently not. Apparently that just tries to boot off the, doesn't try and... Well, that's annoying. Yeah, so that basically boots up the way it's supposed to. Let me flesh out. Let me pull up my notes document and let me flesh out. Let me flesh out some things. Let me also copy these into. I'm gonna actually put these on the wiki. Oh, I'm apparently not logged in. Hold on. I gotta fix the spacing on this. Uh, Good lord, I really hate technology at times because I had this right in the Word document and wrong on the wiki page, and it didn't copy and paste into the wiki document, which is really kind of irritating. All right, make him show preview. Am I formatting this correctly? Yeah, I am. Okay. It's been a while since I've played with MediaWiki, and I have to change that screenshot, but or I can just get rid of it. All right, what else do I need to actually add here? 2 versions of DAWs. All right, let's save that. Yeah, I think I'm kind of at the I'm done point. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to cover. I know I've been saying that for like the last 20 minutes, but I don't know where I want to take this. Like the next thing I would want to do on multitasking DAWs 4 is rebuild MS DAWs. Um The biggest problem with 86 box on Macintosh is it doesn't have a way of doing key mappings. So there's a lot of keys on on old computers and on modern computers that don't exist on a MacBook Pro's keyboard, and there's no way that I could find to type them in. So that sucked. It works if you plug in an external keyboard, but yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking the next thing we're going to end up doing here. From what I can tell looking at this demo disk and the scripts on it, it kind of expects DAWs to be on the hard drive, but otherwise more or less works the way you'd expect it. Oh wow, my lungs really are unhappy. I think either next stream we're going to take a brief dive into Xenix, or we're going to try rebuilding multitasking MS-DOS 4. All right. All right, let me retitle the stream. Yeah, I think I'm calling it here. So we're going to pick this up tomorrow. I got to really mull on where we take it next. It might just be building MS-DOS 4 on multi-user DOS 4. But yeah. All right, anyway, this is your host, N Commander, signing out, wishing you